Very well. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. If by any chance there's anyone outside the auditorium, request that they please come in and take their seat so we can start our program. Good morning to all the followers remotely as welcome to the last day of the Global Symposium 2025 on climate justice and impacted populations. In the last few days, the dialogues that took place in this auditorium came from a certainty that climate is changing and the most impacted people's rights must be at the center of the responses to the climate changes. Together, we have discussed how climate justice affects sexual and reproductive health, deepens inequalities, gender inequalities, provokes forced relocation, and exacerbates things such as gender-based violence and food insecurity. We also talked about the impact of climate change in urban and rural territories on youth, indigenous people, and Afro-descendants, especially black women. In the population of homeless people and on the forms of resisting and rebuilding with data, financing, public policies, and ancestral knowledge. We heard voices from the whole world at the front line of research, of activists, of institutions, and we've reflected on solutions that come from the intersectionality, reproductive justice, and the active listening of communities in the territories. Today, with the last day, we continue with the strength of these exchanges and with the onlook geared towards action. We're going to debate on how public institutions can protect the most vulnerable population, inspiring us to continue building fair, resilient, and people-centered and territory-centered solutions. We will then end the symposium talking with strategic stakeholders and authorities to then act in COP30 and share our rich debates and the key points that we built during these 4 days. So now we're going to head on to climate justice and human rights, institutional approaches for protecting vulnerable populations. The UNFPA works globally for the protection of SRHR and gender justice with strong action in crisis contexts. The People's Development Unit connected to the Brazil's Presidential Secretariat promotes sustainable development in Brazil and the world, and the Public Defender's Office of the Union has a fundamental role in defending life, health, and the dignity of populations that have been historically excluded. And it is with this spirit of articulation and engagement that we invite you to this final session that has an objective to debate how public institutions can act to guarantee that no person be left behind in regards to the challenges that come up due to climate change. I now would like to invite on stage to launch the second competition of design of the Public Defender's Office, Dr. Albuquerque, Public Defender and Secretariat in the prison system of the Union's Public Defender's Office, and Diogo Augusto Nogueira Salles, Public Defender and Chief Counselor for Climate Change and Human Mobility of the Public Defender's Office. The word is yours. Good morning, everyone. So I was here on Monday. I was able to participate of these intense debates with people from the whole world. So it's a great honor to be here, also next to my colleague Georgie, representing the union's Public Defender's Office. So Before we speak about the drawing competition, I want to talk about the DPU a little because we people from the whole world. It's important we speak about our model and value our uh, defenders and defense structure. The public defender's office is public defending is in our constitution. It is a permanent clause that cannot be altered or removed in any way, and it's an independent, autonomous institution responsible with the constitutional mission of human rights promotion. And I think it's important that we highlight here this model so that all countries can adopt this public defense structure that is autonomous and strong. So I am very proud to be a part of this institution. Since I was a law student, I wanted to be part of it. And I try to respect the constitutional mission that was given us, which is the protection of human rights. So, the DPU's competition is the second edition, and our subject was chosen, trying to converge with the COP30 year. The subject is contribution of indigenous quilombolas people to face climate change and for climate justice. As I said on Monday, we understand that there are a lot of ways to speak, and it's not just written. In the DPU, we also have writing competitions, essays competitions, but we understand that the drawing one is extremely powerful. It allows you several ways to speak, to communicate. Art is a strong political form of communication even. So in this competition, the DPU that is dedicated to this mission of human rights promotion as a function of a loudspeaker. It's important to say that the DPU doesn't give voice to anyone because people already have voice. The DPU has the mission of being a microphone, a loudspeaker, therefore to amplify and to be side by side with the population. So with this drawing competition, we want to value traditional sciences, and we say science, because it's important to value this knowledge, this ancestral knowledge, that the indigenous people and quilombolas people are peoples that are the guardians of the earth. They are people that have a relationship with the land that is very different from white people such as myself. So it's important that we learn this new way to relate with the earth. With Kanibaniwawa, that's indigenous, that brings the notion of territory body. You cannot dissociate for an indigenous population the body from a territory. The territory is the body. So when the territory is ill, so is the body. So we try to foster this new kind of science of knowledge. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Georges, to speak a little bit of the participation of the DPU in the COP30 and the importance of the fight for environmental justice, climate environmental justice. Speaking after her is a bit difficult, isn't it? I make her words my own, but first we want to thank once more for the support of the UNFPA and also from the National Commission of Population Development for the participation and joint organization of this event, and as it was said, the role of the DPU, of the Public Defender's Office, and our engagement with environmental protection and of the communities in regards to climate change. In Brazil, we use the expression a lot, and we study a lot about environmental racism, which is very closely linked to climate justice, and that climate changes affect the indigenous and quilombolas peoples far more, especially traditional communities that exist in Brazil. Fishermen, fisher people, rural animal raisers and such. So Brazil is a unique country with its own characteristics, but with the debates we've seen in the last few days, we saw that there are very similar characteristics. The sertão of the Brazil and the northeast of Brazil has similarities with the Sahara and other dry areas in Africa. So we're trying to relate our vulnerable populations to other vulnerable populations of the world, which does nothing other than confirm that this is a global issue. And our climate issue here, we're adults trying to discuss and bring the discussions. But actually, when it starts this debate on climate change, we're going to try and start a discussion about how to change the world, implement the Paris Agreement and other agreements within the UN Convention for Climate. But it's especially our children and grandchildren that are going to suffer the most, because they are the ones who are going to hand over the climate discussion. And that's why we come with an important focus of having this drawing competition. And why launching it here at this international event and not just with children? This also justifies that we made this launch in indigenous village. There is one here in the federal capital. We launched it with the children there. And close to the federal district in the municipality of Cavalcante, we went to the biggest quilombo of Brazil, Quilombo Calunga. And we also launched it with children there and the teacher of the Quilombola school. But we're launching it here as well, presenting it to a pre-COP event for the whole world, because what did we say? We told the children, and we want that the drawings that are selected, the best ones, the most representative, also be presented to the world at COP30 in Berlin. So we have the engagement of a DPU of being present. We invite all that are here as well that may be at COP30 as well to visit us, the space that we are organizing, and look at the drawings of the indigenous Quilombolas children that will have won the competition. Thank you. So we have the drawing competition officially launched, with the registration opening tomorrow for all the Quilombolas indigenous schools, primary schools. Very well. Applause, please. I request that you please get in place for the picture. Thank you, Dr. Jorge Augustus and Dr. Gisela Baer. And now we're going to start the session. Climate Justice and Human Rights, Institutional Approaches for the Protection of Vulnerable Populations. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Fernando Mauro de Oliveira Júlio, public defender and international advisor of the DPU, representing the federal prosecutor. And also invite the panelists, once again, Giorgio Salles, public defender and chief advisor for environment, climate change and human mobility at the Federal Public Defender's Office. And also Dr. Pedro Francisco Cayesaya Aro, defender of the Pueblo of Bolivia, of human rights of the American continent of Bolivia, and participating virtually. And Dr. Aguinaldo Guedes, public defender of Angola, that is also following us online. Very well. The moderation has the word. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank, first of all, the presence of everyone here, also to the event itself. I'd like to congratulate the event and thank the union, the UNFPA as well. We've noticed with this event that this partnership is really going to be very fruitful, so thank you very much for your partnership. In the name of Dr. Leonardo, the Prosecutor General of Brazil, he was unable to be here, but he wanted to pass on his message about how happy he is about this partnership and to have all these different countries present here. So without further ado, we're going to have three participants, Dr. Jorge, Dr. Pedro of Bolivia, and the General Secretary of the National Human Rights of Bolivia Institution representative, and a public defender of Angola. So hand over to Giorgio from the DPU. I request that they please put the slides up. Good morning, everyone, once more. Today we would like to present a really important action that we had in the Federal Public Defender's Office, in an action that was even already discussed in a previous panel with the presence of the Ministry of Human Rights in regards to the Rio Grande do Sul flooding that we had. 1 year later, flood happened last year in May. And so we want to see where we are, what was done, especially with the action of the DPU. So just recapping, I believe that was already presented, and I think it's internationally known how grave this climate event was. It was a huge disaster, and how it affected the Rio Grande do Sul population. So 94.7% of the municipalities of the state were affected, and 21% of the population directly affected. Without mentioning the indirect effects, and in regards to economic losses and the disruption of public services that affects obviously always the poorer communities, women and girls. So with this disaster, the whole country was moved, and it wasn't just a movement of the population. There was also a call to action, as was mentioned during the event, but also a call to action to the federal, municipal, and level. So the DPU immediately put at disposal not just their team in Rio Grande do Sul, but the whole team of the whole country's team, so that we can have visits to the main affected municipalities by the flood. And so that we could guarantee assistance, not just legal assistance, but psychological assistance and support. So through a resource allocation, we got teams, not just of Rio Grande do Sul, but an entire country, to 111 municipalities of the state. The state has almost 500 municipalities, so about 20% of the municipalities were visited by the DPU, not just with defenders, but with the support of social workers and psychologists. So the objective of the program was not just to increase the legal and free support, but also this initial assistance of social workers and psychologists. So how did this program work? The objective in these missions where these municipalities were visited by the defenders personally, and there was a personal assistance to all and any that wanted and needed the services. And the intention of having the integral legal assistance was to see and sort out not just the losses incurred due to this climate disaster, but in regards to any other legal issue that they might have, and within our competence to do the according legal action. And any things that were brought up that were not normally be attributed to the DPU, we will forward them to the correct organizations. So this ends up having an effect also on gender issues. Once we identified the issues, be it because of the flood or not, in regards to a family issue, and that when this was brought up to the defenders, it was then forwarded. And furthermore, during these conversations, and this was our methodology to have people feel at ease to talk about the issues, not just exclusively financial issues in regards to the floods, because there was help that was given, a subsidy for 5,000 reais for the rebuilding. So we helped in implementing this benefit, but also other legal questions that could come up because of the disaster. And the intention, there is internal legislation that the solution of these problems not be necessarily through the legal system, would be very tardy and expensive, but through other means, social means, and through its. And so it's done that we could have as many extrajudicial solutions, having the follow-up of lawyers of the union, of the federal lawyers. So to have as big an action as this, we also had to prepare ourselves previously. So we created 2 technical manuals. We guided our teams. We selected defenders, civil servants, social workers, psychologists, and for us to have an idea of the size of this project, we nowadays have about 700 public defenders, federal public defenders. They're spread throughout the country. About half of these defenders were present throughout 9 months and several different missions in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And every public policy, it is important that is not just implemented but monitored and evaluated. So when this was done in real time, at the end of each day, we would see how many people were tended to, and the socio-economical profile of these people, based not just on income, but also race and gender. So through the identification of these points, we could see what the socio-economical profile of the families was, to learn how this action was taking place, and be able to implement it in other disaster cases.
So as the time is short, later on we're going to leave the slides available for you to learn about our monitoring and assessment systems. Well, we have created indicators on the amount of people that we serviced, and as was said regarding the tender, the drawing tender, we're also going to take care of the most vulnerable indigenous and quilombola populations. Within these missions, we have also worked on the main indigenous and quilombola communities that were affected by the disaster, even in localized quilombos within the metropolitan region of Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, and we have also visited the shelters that were hosting people in the most dire moments of the disaster. Disaster happened in May 1st, 2024, and from July 1st to October, we have performed our missions. So we had a governmental bureaucracy to organize this many missions, so it was a really Herculean work. However, we have here the profile of the population that you can consult later on. We have this data to be analyzed and to be able to perform other actions. Within this service, we have done education on rights. We would explain, even though there was not something to solve at the moment, we would explain to people if they had the right to certain benefits, if they did not, and we were available with our technical body of defenders to explain any right and social benefit administered by the government or the local governments that they had access to. So those people that will receive this guidance would also be multipliers within their communities on the legal aspects involving the disaster. And to wrap up, we have also done public hearings in the main municipalities to identify what were the demands for loss and damages, as well as demands that were not solved by the subnational governments. And some of these processes had to be legalized, which is a peculiarity. Apart from servicing and guiding people, we if necessary, and whenever we can't have extrajudicial agreements, we judicialize and follow up until the end these processes in a completely free manner as it's foreseen in the Constitution. And based on the lessons learned, currently we are elaborating a protocol for acting on disasters. And this protocol aims to not surpass or go above the public defender bodies. We are not a social assistance. We are a legal and protection assistance to human rights. But within the action of our public defender's office, we intend to implement this protocol of response to disasters, acting after disasters, but mainly prevention, which was what was discussed here. So we do not only make communities resilient, but the institution itself and other public institutions, we want to make them resilient to climate change with prevention actions and action. Thank you. Thank you from Dr. Georgie. The work of the Public Defender's Office was one of the biggest ones. We truly were the protagonists of this action, and we invite other partners to walk together with us and to solve this issue that has affected the Rio Grande do Sul population. So, having said that, I pass the floor to Dr. Pedro, that will be online, and I consult technicians if we can pass it on to him. So I pass the floor to Dr. Pedro, which is a defender of the Pueblo of Bolivia. Dr. Pedro, you have the floor. Dr. Pedro, you need to open your mic and the camera too. Can we begin? Dr. Pedro, if you wish, you can start. Good morning, everyone. Initially, thank you for allowing us to participate in this regional meeting, not only in representing the Public Defender's Office from Bolivia, but as well as representing the national institutions from the American continent that articulate and organize the Defense of People and the Human Rights Commission of 18 countries in our region. Within this scenario, we would like to share with you some ideas for promoting climate justice. Obviously, to speak about climate justice is not only to talk about the environment, it is also talking about human rights, structural inequalities, and the urgent need for protecting human rights where we live in. The climate crisis does not hit everyone in the same way. We know that we have seen this through an empirical research that these climate crises have disproportionate impacts that strike those sectors that are more marginalized the most, like people who are Afro descendant, indigenous people, children, adolescents, women, people with disabilities, and so on. In these situations, it's possible to see clearly that this impact on human rights can be seen. For example, we can see we have a compromise to water access as well as the continuity of cultural and spiritual practices as indigenous people have a relationship with their territory. Other examples are wildfires, contamination created by mining, the natural resources that are lost, that generate damage connected to climate events. That's why when we talk about climate justice, we do not only talk about reducing emissions or protecting the ecosystem. What we are doing is to create spaces that allow to guarantee the use of structure public-private investment and that this is used focusing on human rights with participation in terms of equity in all sectors that may be affected. This needs to be clear. We can't have sustainability if human rights are being sacrificed, and we can't have the fair distribution if we don't talk about inequalities. Human rights institutions have a fundamental task in this agenda. We can't limit ourselves to technicalities as our role is developed within a political scenario too that is connected to guaranteeing human dignity in all angles. The Human Rights Fund is geared towards the development and promoting actions from the most from the initial steps like the right to previous informed free consultation, transparency on access to information with public participation. These are the pillars of the agreement so that we do not harm people or the environment, and we should protect those who are the owners of the land, water, and the environment. And many times they risk their lives within this process of defending these areas. And we also have the role to support the existence of these people so they can fulfill their mandate within the framework that the Paris Agreement are established on so we can fulfill our agenda. So this should have an appropriate budget. And of course, this is the ideal scenario, but many times reality is contradictory as it's difficult for us to work when we have difficulties with our budget and we have legal decisions that limit our institutional action. And with that, we cannot have a fair transition in terms of what we are discussing now when we're talking about the climate. The meeting with 18 members of the region takes on this environmental challenge as a pivotal point of our agenda, propelling for a strategy based on three axes. One, creation of working groups on human rights and the environment, as it groups three countries with synergy around using common usage tools, sharing best practices. Another one is connected to the theme of not only having an informed perspective, but also a technical perspective, in which we develop on the international seminar on climate justice in Santa Cruz, where we have shared discussions with environmentalists, with specialists on the theme, especially in areas of environmental conflict. One of the main consensus of this event is that we need to strengthen our presence in processes of licensing and planning. And the third component is connected to connecting it to concrete tools, creating a protocol for human public defenders on environmental rights, the compendium of human rights and the environment. And also they are part of these tools and these contributions, and they are done from a strategic standpoint. This is important, and it's important to reflect on it. This work is technical, territorial, but it also has a component that meets a concrete need of the region, where collectiveness, social environmental collectivity, is one of the main sources for human rights violations. We can't only be observers when we have such a reality. We need to be active subjects, actors of change. That is why we want to suggest some actions that we believe are key for the region and for a fair transition under the perspective of human rights. For example, to integrate assessments on human rights impacts on this infrastructure and energy programs from the beginning of the planning up until the execution, to strengthen the landmarks of environmental licensing, focusing on intersectionality, to consider all the intersectionality to be able to reach the surrounding communities. And we should have also the participation of the entire population within these communities to be able to assure access to environmental information in a clear manner that is adequate to their culture as established in the agreement. We should guarantee knowledge and the information of indigenous people, as we can't act in a formal manner. However, this should be fulfilling international standards so this can be materialized as a fundamental right. We need to create effective reparation mechanisms with immersion projects that also reparations with damages, and I believe that it's one of the important aspects of the agenda, which is protecting environmentalists. It's possible to create protocols, resources for integral protection. That these exchange, these reflections, and I would like to manifest with deep conviction that we have from each people in Bolivia and for each human rights institution. We should be from our independent capacity, we should also have the capacity to act without political and economic pressure, as this is the only means by which we will be able to achieve what is desired. We we are not only actors, we are institutions that create bridges between the state and society. We are institutions that request for our right to be applied with justice, that the law is respectful to the human dignity, so that this can grow even more in face of climate change and an irregular expansion of infrastructure, exploitation of natural resources, and any other kind of occurrences. We need national human rights institutions to be strengthened, legitimized, trained, and for them to be autonomous so they can fulfill with Paris Agreement, not to oppose to others, but the ideal is for them to become possible from a respectful regard to human rights. And we affirm that we have this commitment, and I will continue with this agenda working towards a Latin America where development is not built upon risks for sustainability. There is no excuse for not respecting the rights, especially those that are particularly historically not respected.
Because it's also clear for us there cannot be human rights in a planet without fair transition, without social justice, without the voice of the peoples of the affected populations, and without institutions that follow them and defend this entire transition process. This is the engagement they want to manifest to you as an institution that puts together 18 groups of the region. Thank you very much for having us at this space once more to share these reflections. Thank you, Dr. Pedro. Your participation was really relevant, was really important. It brought us this idea, this point of view of all the national human rights institutions of the American continent. So South America, Caribbean, Central America, and Northern America as well. And now I hand over to Dr. Agnaldo Cristovo, who is the joint public defender in Angola, online as well. If Dr. Cristovo could also talk to us in 10 minutes and present us his points. I thank you in name of the Justices of the Republic of Angola, that is also the president of the African Association of uh, justices, and we understand that is extensive for us, and for and also to all of those who are part of this community of countries that are part of the network, Justice Network of Africa. I have a presentation that aims to share our experience in regards to such things with two uh, themes on climate justice and vulnerable groups. So there are two main axes to this presentation. First, the central one, and then also a little bit of our experience in Angola's Defender's Office. So I'd like to send on greetings, Dr. Forbella, the president of Organization Angola. It was great to have participated in this activity, and that has been and promoted advocacy in regards to the climate and in her intervention, and like we're going to show here, has managed to get the closest to what is in line with public policies. We would like to bring here, first of all, a subject, a starting point. Nowadays, climate justice where we have to balance the impact of climate changes every time more with what citizens are suffering as consequences of these climate changes. So therefore, for us, this concept is also going to contribute to associate it to that what we associate with the guarantee of citizens. And here we know that the state has a determining role, and that is why we also have a really relevant role. On the other hand, the vulnerable groups, that are those people that, because of their gender, age, disability, social condition, or others, end up being the most likely to have their rights lost and violated, and therefore need a protection of the state. So we can look at these groups in a unique way. And as we mentioned here in the climate question, we must look very closely to the minorities and different languages and the indigenous people, as has been said and done. I'll give a brief presentation of the legal framework of the Republic of Angola without also referring to the fact that our legal system, and be it in the defense of universal human rights, but also the African human rights letter that also includes the environmental rights. If we analyze this text from our constitution, we can see that how the majority of the African countries, Angola has a strong protection for the environment, and also the state measures for the protection of the environment. And if we analyze in the final part, number 2 of the third one, we will see here what the concern with aligning sustainable development with the preservation of the species and the respect for the right of future generations will be an aspect that we're going to try and approach here. I could therefore then hand over, start dealing with another question that is foreseen in our law, and that is the question related to how our legislation, which is in the case of Angola, analyzes question of climate justice in its relationship with the vulnerable populations. Here, through three axes, which are the objectives that our basic law has in mind. So, balance, which is this question of climate justice, the principle of non-environmental impact, and citizens' participation. So here we are presenting a characterization that what each of these are. The principle that the polluter pays corresponds also to an important component of this approach that we must have. We must not only look at the question related to the need of having a fair proportion, a compensation to the citizens and most affected communities by climate change, but also in the case of human action, there should also have a responsibilization, an accountability. And here we must also talk about the emphasis for mechanism of participation. Like the defender from Bolivia said quite a bit about this, and we agree with what he said in regards to the same practice in my country. So allow me to mention here one of them to configure in a very specific manner that which we approach as climate justice and human rights with the situation that happened in Angola that was devastated by a severe drought that was taking place already for 40 years. So the lack of water was a threat for the subsistence of the communities and emitted several alerts of several public institutions. And we noticed that, in fact, it was impossible to be overcome by the politicians themselves because the drought that came from climate issues. And therefore, the Angolan justice exerted its advocacy in regards to this and visited even this area. And this was the question that was placed, and here we were able to look at the direct impact on populations. Obviously, we are looking at these populations that are the most vulnerable, the ones that in fact do not have the conditions that the citizens in the city have and face. Now, we're going to see what the situation is like now in Angola. Of course, this is a period that was about in a year where they built a channel in the province that is fully functional. It was a project of the water transfer from the Ponen River, and nowadays is for family agriculture, but also to fight the drought. It's 175 kilometers that were built with a capacity of transporting 50 million liters of water that benefits over 235,000 people. Therefore, also in this more recent phase, this is a project that was inaugurated in 2022, so we were also able to visit and notice the benefits that this brought for populations. So here we configure the notice the situation of being in the situation of human rights that were violated of the vulnerable populations, and how since the states can adopt actions, we were also able to see here that we could do an approach as the role of the Angolan public defender's office. In 2022, initially, one of the mandates of the General Prosecutor of the Republic, and only in 2005 we had the first person elected for this role. So because of the law and the justice of Angola has is to intervene in the rights. And here things are included such as environmental justice. So as the General Prosecutor of the Republic, what is demanded of institutions such as us as justice providers to ensure citizens' access to justice in general. I'll have a small approach here in regards to how we're structured at this current moment in the Angolan Justice Prosecutor's Office. We have two departments, and one of our areas, which is of complaints, one of them deals specifically with the land ownership and environmental issues, and we have another one that deals specifically with the questions related to vulnerable populations. The one on the right, we presented the synthesis of the rights and guarantees and freedoms that were more demanded as citizens last year. If we check from top to bottom, we will see that the right to the environment nowadays receives more reports and complaints than the right to homes, and we have even more complaints and reports for the environment than most any others. So basically, we see that part of citizens are starting to notice that they are affected by the climate environmental question, and that it is necessary that we have actions on the part of public entities. So us and the public, justice Angola have several mechanisms to intervene on this, always regarding to what can be actions or the missions of the public administration in defending the rights, guarantees, and freedom of citizens. It has to do with the recommendations, and also because there is a clear legal framework in regards to this they're representing, and that in the latest analysis makes the citizens' right to report and complain to climate justice far more in regards to the more reinforced systems that the state confers to the citizens nowadays. Now, we're going to go on to the last part of this presentation, has to do with the challenges. So of course, in the beginning we presented a case of best practices, but we also presented here cases where we have more difficulty. You cannot read clearly here, but we're talking about the question of environmental justice. We apologize, but the sound is cutting a lot. With the intervention of the courts. Therefore, our experience has been with extrajudicial solutions because it's faster, it considers the part's interest more clearly, especially the communities. It also keeps in mind a fundamental aspect, which is the time for its resolution, due to how the things such as in courts usually take longer. So we have two cases here, one was the cleaning of the sea and the ocean, but even so, our institutions, because it affects the communities directly from the point of view of their food security, their quality of life, and for us it's a challenge to work on this due to its specificity. And so, in this manner, I'd also like to refer to the fact that it is a challenge that we have in this sector, in a legal point that we have in this country that will have to be looked at with a lot of attention in regards to diverse legislations that must be made and adjusted. And so the states have this responsibility of guaranteeing equal rights to its citizens. But the questions that come from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is only possible if we can ensure that especially those that are most vulnerable be able to benefit of, of everything that our countries can bring, do bring and can bring. So it's time to look at this. We will ensure that we do not leave anyone behind, and on the other hand, we must think of future generations. And therefore, we have the final consideration that I'll leave to you is if effectively, once everything is thought of and reflected, which has been quite a bit, and within our competencies, if we could say that climate justice is fair enough, looking at the world reality, we're talking about development, and looking at the rights of future generations. And so our comprehension is that our institutions that defend the rights should work for climate action, which is a question of prevention, and therefore having a more proactive action and not so reactive, because in reality, after the environmental damage occurs, it's very difficult to reverse them. So we must continue working in advocacy of the alerts, emission of reports, and especially helping our governments and our citizens to have an environmental awareness. So our climate is in our world, and we live in this world. So our motto is this: the citizen is our responsibility. More rights, more citizenship, and more citizenship, more rights. Thank you for your attention.
Your presentation truly was really with a lot of information relevant on the African continent, the issues that you face on the region, how they are faced. Thank you so much. You are a partner institution from the Public Defender's Office. We have a cooperation agreement with you. Thank you so much for your participation. We are thankful on behalf of the Public Defender's Office of Brazil to have you here. Having said, it's relevant to say that our institution on the past few years and the last few decades has been intensifying an attribution there is foreseen in the Constitution. Apart from the already known work with access to justice, we have been working on promotion of human rights, the education in rights, collective action, and for that, we have many working groups that enable this action for the vulnerable populations. I just would like to talk about the groups that we have to act on this collective action, which are the groups that are victims of human trafficking, to the working groups on conflicts, refugees, ethnic or racial policies, the women's group, indigenous peoples, traditional communities, fighting contemporary slavery, those that are facing torture, working groups that are taking care of migration and refugees. Having said that, I was informed that if anyone has any questions to Dr. Georgie, Pedro, or Agnaldo, it can be done. Then I will ask you to take your mic. I don't think so. Please. Well, I'm called Ayuba. I'm come from Benin. I would like to direct my concern to the doctor who has presented the situation of Angola to request and say that we are now talking about sensitivity or gender equality, climate justice, and although I work in Angola, I see a sensitivity towards gender equality. I would like to know how is it done so we can have access to information when we talk about climate justice. Is it done? How is it done in Angola so that the population has access? I have seen that there are information or intervention that allows for people to know exactly what is happening. So I would like to know how the actions or the interventions happen concretely, informing the population that they can count on the state's help. How is this informative approach done for those who are in Angola? Just 1 second. Do we have a question on this corner? Down here. Good morning. I'm Caio. I am the coordinator of humanitarian response from the Population Front from Brazil. And my question is to Dr. George on the intervention that was done on the humanitarian response on Rio Grande do Sul. We also had an action on our territory, actions that save lives, protection of gender-based violence, and considering what happened, we know that these climate events came to be more frequent, and due to the urban situation, we have major challenges, and we had consequences due to the lack of sanitation, of not having water drainage. So the question is, after the intervention that was made by DPU, was there a planning for improvement, pointing what are the needs that the government has on investments in infrastructure, emergency plans, and other aspects so that we can have a more effective response, so we can have a more effective response in such a similar emergency? Before passing the floor to Jorge, I will pass the floor to Agnaldo from Angola on the question that was made on the right in gender equality and the right to information and climate justice, how actions, interventions happen concretely. Thank you so much. My French is not that good, but I have noticed that when we talk about the right of information, how it is performed, and access to climate justice, and I would like to refer to how we follow on such matters. So we were able to agree on the two cases that we have brought on the issue related to access. I'm sorry, his connection is breaking, to the information that is being developed in the services of the public administration. However, it is our task to follow. For example, in the south of Angola, we have communities with indigenous peoples, and no matter the drought, these communities suffer more as they live in the environment. So when there are substantial changes, they suffer more than other communities. And that is why we have produced regular reports on this subject and shared with public entities to service these communities. The reports available on this matter have seen that it was possible to guarantee access to food, to health, and support for their livelihoods, as some of these communities are nomads, and these phenomena are cyclical. Regarding information, there is also a particularity of the African continent, which is the fact that communication, the right to information, is another right connected to. I'm sorry, his connection is breaking and we are missing some information. On the national languages, in which we talk about different languages in the north and the south, these are issues that hinder our communication, and also regarding the languages in these communities, how they express themselves. The major challenge here is in following the implementation of measures. When we talk about the right to information, we think we have performed an exercise so citizens would be informed when we followed the before and the after. We would verify that these communities are already developing their agriculture despite Can you guys hear me? Okay, I will conclude then. I was referring to the perspective of access to climate justice and justice, like the prosecution office. We are the ones that are represented in the local level and regularly are connected to them, and we are the ones who translate this information and take to the public institutions what communities are facing. For example, they have this and that concerned, so we can see if there is a climate injustice. So in general, this is what we usually do. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Agnaldo. I reiterate the thanks to Dr. Georgie for his presence. Dr. Pedro. Oh, I'm sorry. As we have gone over our time, just to answer briefly on Rio Grande do Sul's action, we have finished with our monitoring, and we have also done 14 public hearings at the end in which we heard some complaints from the population, and we also had the possibility to talk to the local governments, especially municipalities. The complaints were basically, people did not understand exactly about the prevention on disasters, but we are talking about the recovery and distribution of homes, which would be done when we would effectively reconstruct the state. But in the public defender's office, when we saw the situation within the protocol that we are developing, we want to guide our defender's offices spread out throughout Brazil to provoke local governments when we talk about their plans for mitigation and adaptation and resilience to climate, and to be able to identify the local measures for disaster prevention. This is a plan that is being built. We're going to launch it in during COP30, and then we're going to discuss with you and the entire population and the civil society, and we'll be able to enrich with this type of contribution how we can act on disasters. Thank you. They are requesting for me to finish up. We have one question on the chat. Okay, good morning. I will read the question that we have on the chat. Is Commissioner Nicole Cole that asks,
Have access to dignity hygiene kits when a disaster occur in Brazil/Angola.
but the question specifically is for Brazil. The colleague from Angola has already answered in the chat. Well, in Brazil, we have a recently approved policy of menstrual health. We had many debates within our parliament regarding the costs to implement this measure. So we can see that this is being implemented within the menstrual health policy. I will not have the precise information right now for you if this policy is aligned with disasters. However, the provocation is there in the registry that every information that we receive, we want to implement within our guide, our action protocol. So the access of gender will be talked about in sexual reproductive rights too, and also the supply of contraceptives and hygiene products for women will also be talked about. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Georgie. Any other question? Thank you for Dr. Georgie's considerations and Dr. Pedro and the secretary from HINTCA and also the National Commission of Population Under Development for the partnership for the event. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Very well. We thank all contributions that were given in this session. Please, let's take an official picture of the panel. Wonderful. A round of applause. Right now, I invite Madam Luiz Vendramini and Luisa Paula from Mira Design Organizações to present the visual summary of the 2025 Global Symposium on Climate Justice and Impacted Populations. Please, the floor is yours. Do we really have to? A gente estava aqui ontem, não precisa não. Good morning, everyone. My name is Luis, and have the challenge to present to you the video registry of the past 4 days in 10 minutes to synthesize the discussions that we had. And before we start, we would like to highlight that we had the participation of 108 countries in person and online, 120 participants in person and 300 online, and 17 panels discussing the impacts of climate change, focusing on giving visibility to the intersection of climate change and sexual and reproductive health rights, and attention and prevention to GBV. So, in the opening panel, we pointed some themes that were talked about during these 3 days, and I highlight the speech that climate justice has color, race, and territory. Later on, as we could see throughout the panels, we need to especially pay attention to areas with migrants, refugees, urban settlements, rural women, and traditional peoples. On the panel on youth, climate, diversity, and vulnerability, we have talked about the polycrises, the vulnerabilities that operate together and increase impact. We have highlighted the need to have multi-sectorial solutions. On the panel on SDS, SHSR, SRSH, pardon, we have shown how climate change and the increase of GBV are connected. We have also brought the data that many action and adaptation plan that were presented by UNFCCC mention gender, but less than a third talk about GBV or health and SRSH. On this session of health system, we have talked about the increase of mental and physical health given climate change, and we have also talked about abortion, congenital disease, loss of fertility, and the increase of undesired pregnancies. In the session on climate justice and feminism, we have highlighted how colonialism affects reproductive health. And we have talked about the zones where mostly are Afro-descendant or indigenous, where vulnerability is even more dire. We have talked about the importance of disaggregated data, which was what was most highlighted throughout these 3 days. On water insecurity and food insecurity, women and women are more favorable to being vulnerable in such situations. And we have also brought the bargain associated to this. We have cases of women that need to leave their homes due to a natural disaster. The distances are further for them to have access to water resources and food, and then we see that they are in a more vulnerable condition and need then to change food and water but with their own bodies.
On the second on day, we had a first social protection session, and it was highlighted that we already know nowadays, although still need more data and disaggregated data, we already know what the probability is of a disaster and who are the people that are most at risk. We need to integrate the information to think on about the system of social protection. And I also mentioned that women are more affected and have fewer resources to deal with the impacts. On the session on the new climate action plan gender that is being built, we had work groups, and then I would like to highlight two recommendations. The first is the informed participation, to consider the language barrier for this to actually take place. And also exchange technical support for the developing countries to the exchange instead of support to exchange, to be careful with these discriminatory language. So on the panel's resilience, it was highlighted that we must train women and girls to better use clean energy chain and to increase adaptability of families and also generate economic opportunities for these people. On loss and damages, we had lots of economic and non-economic losses that were highlighted, and here we should mention the importance of measuring the impact on health and mental well-being, bodily autonomy, and dignity. On the session about innovative financing, some experiences were brought. One of them would being the Climate Fund and the Amazon Fund, and these two funds we highlighted the existence of participative governance that defines the rules and the priorities that society participants, academia, and government were in. And we also brought the idea of necessity of flexible and sustainable financing. And on the third day, we had a first panel on urbanization and reduction of risks, the high connection of vulnerability in urban areas where the density increases those. For anticipatory action, we talked about data on those 3 days, but here we mentioned that data is necessary to improve the understanding of the impacts, to create vulnerability models, finance adaptation, planning based on risk, and have the early alert systems, contingency plans, and sharing of successful cases. It was also mentioned that this data is open, so an invitation to all to use this data, especially for the construction of policies. On the panel about immigration and conflict, it was mentioned that the national plans for response to disasters and the shelters must integrate the production or productive rights and GBV. On the panel about solutions based on nature and indigenous peoples, also mentioned another thing that was highlighted throughout these 3 days in different speeches. But here the following speech was brought. Efficient policy can only be done with the territory. The midwives are scientists of the territories. The traditional knowledge must be recognized. And we also brought the necessity of the urgent inclusion and representation of indigenous people in climate policies. And so here we have the highlight of the recommendations of the call to action that's being written. Could not be any different. So one of them was to institutionalize participation and creation of actions in decision making. And this morning we had a panel on climate justice. We've still not finished the work, but that's it. And before leaving, I would like to check if we could participate in the drawing competition. I'm joking. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'd like to just comment for those who would like to access the panels. They're going to be available very soon on Instagram, but it's also already on our Instagram. You can access it through that. Thank you very much. Very well. Applause for these valuable contributions. We thank you for the excellent summary of the productive days we had during this symposium. I now declare open our closing ceremony. This will be a valuable opportunity to hear leaderships that help us choose and trail the journey towards COP30. These are people that inspire us to act with courage, engagement, and justice. The title, The Path to Follow. This closing ceremony invites you on a reflection on the next steps that should be undertaken with the valuable exchange that took place during this Symposium 2025 on climate justice and impacted populations. I'd like to invite to come here Madam Florbela Fernandes, representative of the Fund of Population of the UN in Brazil, and the Brazil Director for Uruguay and Paraguay. Also invite Madam Janza da Lula Silva, Brazil's First Lady and Special Envoy for Women to COP30. Madam Minister Marina Silva, Minister of State for Environment and Climate Change in Brazil. Ana Marcia Lopes, Ministry of State for Women. Aniele Franco, State Minister for Racial Equality. Sineia Dovali, Special Envoy for Indigenous People of COP30. Madam Marceli Oliveira, Youth Climate Champion for COP30. Ambassador Vanessa Dulce Faria, Special Advisor to the Minister of State and High Representative for Gender Issues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Dr. Richard Martins, President of the National Commission of Population and Development. Before we start the closing ceremony, we request that the authorities please stand up for an official picture.
Muito bem, uma salva de palmas para darmos início.
Great. So to start, I would like to invite for the opening speech, Madam Florbela Fernandes, UNFPA representative, Brazil. Good morning. It is with great joy that I greet Madam Janja Lula da Silva, First Lady of Brazil and Special Envoy for Women to COP30. I also greet Madam Marina Silva, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Madam Marcia Lopes, Minister for Women, Madam Aniele Franco, Minister for Racial Equality. I also like to greet Dr. Richard Martins, President of the National Commission of Population and Development, as well as greetings to Ambassador Vanessa Dulce Faria, Special Advisor to the Minister of State, and a High Representative for Gender Issues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Madam Sineia Duval, Special Sector Envoy on Indigenous People at COP30, and Marceli Oliveira, Youth Climate Champion at COP30. I also extend warm greetings to all authorities, UN colleagues, and participants of this event. It is with great thanks and a renewed sense of meaning that we go to the end of this Climate Just and Impacted Populations Global Symposium. It was 4 days of intense exchanges reaffirming that the climate crisis is a crisis in rights with disproportionate impacts on women and girls, especially those that are most vulnerable. I would like to mark our great gratitude to the Brazilian government, especially to the National Commission of Population Development and the Federal Public Defender's Office for the partnership and organization and making the symposium possible. So also like to thank to the Federal Accounting Court for having and letting us use their auditorium. These meetings and studies showed that climate crisis is not neutral. It exacerbates inequalities and inequities, increases risk to maternal health, increases the gender-based violence, and affects access to contraceptives and safe labor. This symposium was also a space of hope and collective building. About 110 countries engaged throughout these 4 days in the identification of gaps opportunities, and concrete solutions based on rights and also on evidence. For the UNFPA, the presence here of inspiring leaderships moved by transformation, such as Madame Janja Lula Silva, Brazil's First Lady, the Ministers of Climate Change and Environment, Minister of Racial Equality, as well as the Special Envoys for Women, Indigenous Issues, and Youth, is a clear show that Brazilian authorities try to make COP30 as a moment of true engagement and not just political negotiation. We end the symposium with a robust call to action. More than words, it represents a collective pact for climate policies that puts gender equity at the center of the discussion. It is a moment to connect agendas in a holistic manner: climate, health, human rights, gender equality, and youth. With dedication and urgency in collaboration, it is possible to make climate justice and social inclusion a reality for all. Thank you very much. We will now hear Ashanta Ramsey, Youth Ambassador of CARICOM, that will deliver the Brasilia's call to action on sexual reproductive rights, gender equality, and impacted populations.
Good morning, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and my fellow advocates. My name is Ashanta Ramsey. I am the CARICOM Youth Ambassador, and I stand before you today not just as a young woman, but as a voice from the very front line of our planet's greatest challenge, the climate crisis. I come from the Caribbean, a region of breathtaking beauty, but also a region living the harsh reality of rising seas, intensifying storms, and unpredictable weather patterns. For us, climate change isn't an distant threat. It's our daily lived experience. It's the erosion of our coastlines, the destruction of our livelihoods, and the constant anxiety of what the next hurricane season will bring. And for young women like me, and countless others across the Caribbean and the Global South, we often bear the brunt of these impacts, facing increased vulnerabilities and disproportionate burdens. Over the past 4 days, here in Brasilia, we came together with a shared purpose. We listened, we learned, we debated, and we collaborated. From policymakers to civil society, from indigenous leaders to youth advocates, we wove together our collective expertise and our lived experiences into a powerful set of recommendations. The result of this intensive dialogue is before you today. The Brasilia Call to Action on Climate Justice, Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, Gender Equality, and Impacted Populations. This document is more than just words on paper. It is a testament to our collective commitment, a blueprint for urgent and equitable climate action. It outlines concrete steps to address the critical links between climate change, human rights, gender equality, the elimination of gender-based violence, the crucial role of robust data, and the empowerment of youth, all central to sexual and reproductive health and rights. To the authorities gathered here today, we humbly and passionately ask for your unwavering support. Champion this call to action at COP30 and beyond. Let these recommendations not just be heard, but be acted upon. Let them catalyze joint action to improve the lives of all populations, particularly women and girls, who are so often at the intersection of vulnerability and resilience. The time for decisive, gender-responsive climate action is now. Let us work together to build a just and sustainable world for every individual, ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muito bem, agradecemos a Shanta.
Very well. We thank Shanta for sharing with the authorities this important call that we hope to contribute directly for the Gender Action Plan for COP30 and the Action Plan for Health and Billing, both geared towards climate responses centered on justice and equity. And with the COP30 agenda, the closing ceremony will follow the order of representativity. The representatives sent as special envoys for COP30 will open the oral manifestation, recognizing the protagonism of traditionally impacted populations that suffer climate change issues. We invite Madam Sineya Duvali, Special Sector Envoy on Indigenous People at COP30.
Good morning, everyone. In this important seminar, I would like to salute all ministers on behalf of Minister Marina Silva and salute our dear Janja, that is a special envoy for women and everyone here. These are important women that we have here that are truly important here for COP30. And me, Sineya Valley, an important envoy, would like to say that my base organization is the Roraima Indigenous Council. And I'm here in this mission to bring the voice of indigenous peoples within this space that many times we believe it's so far away, but it is a space that we have to take our voices further, especially when we have an important theme like this symposium. Climate justice is such an important theme for us as we live this on a daily basis in our communities. The impact of climate change is connected to all who are directly connected to nature, water, the forest. Those are the people that feel the impact of climate change. And the theme of this symposium is important as climate justice for impacted populations is something that is connected to us, those who are truly connected to the forest. And to know that we have justice working on it, I say that here we already start a joint call to action, a joint effort to be in decision-making spaces. It's important for us to leave this seminar with clear proposals where we can reach such spaces and precisely be at negotiation tables. As for many, COP30 is, we know that it's going to be one that will join as many indigenous peoples as possible. It's the second one that we have in Latin America. So for us, a COP in the Amazon, it's important for us to use these spaces to truly take, and I'm here talking about the people that I represent, indigenous people from Brazil, to take our voices with strategies in decision-making spaces. And when we talk about justice, climate justice for gender, for women, for girls, it's the impact that we're feeling now. This is already happening now, and we need to make us have important solutions now. We need to have a rapid response, and this comes through public policies where countries have their agreements and truly need to fulfill this, and this needs to come to us as an indigenous population who is in our territory. Our territory is the one where we conserve nature, the mother nature, where is the birthright of all of us, the live pharmacies. But currently we have seen the impact that it has caused and the work that women and have been feeling. And I would like to tell you that throughout Brazil we have this impact happening during the 3 years that we had high temperatures. And I invite you all to understand how we can join each part of our knowledge. We are important for everything to be able to decide how we can take our voices to these important spaces. Soon COP30 will go to another country, but we need to fight with this strategy for implementations so it can truly reach indigenous peoples, traditional communities. It is important for us to be in decision-making spaces. We have the COP of implementation. We need to implement actions that can truly reach indigenous communities. For us, we are taking this agenda that for us to keep the Amazon and all biomes in Brazil standing, which is important for the the to stop global warming, we need to guarantee our rights. It's important to bring this to climate change. When we talk about climate justice, we truly need to guarantee for these territories to be demarcated, to be managed, and for us to have public policies that are clear. So it is important to be on this panel with many authorities, and I invite all the ministers, all of us representatives for this joint effort. We need to make COP30 an important space so we can take our voices further. This is an event that is not it's not a Brazilian event, it's a world event, but we have a space that was achieved there. It's a space that we were able to achieve through ECHO 92 up until 2008 when we have the Global Indigenous Caucus. We have our international forum where we join all indigenous peoples of the world to handle all the themes that we have within the UNFCCC spaces. So it is important for us to call these responsibilities so that we can be there in decision-making spaces. Of course, we will have parallel events, the Summit of Peoples, the COP of Indigenous Peoples, but we know that negotiations happen on the blue zone, and that's where we want to be. As what will be in the final document, my happiness would be if I saw that the demarcation of indigenous lands needs to happen precisely for us to have a barrier on climate change. And I want to leave a message not only for us, but this is for the planet. We are talking about calling the indigenous people of the world to come to COP30 in Brazil, and we continue to do this always whenever we can, as it doesn't stop now. The warmth has already surpassed 1 degree, 1.5 degree, but we know that these temperatures have been elevating through time. And I usually say that in the forest we do not have an AC button to press. We can see fish dying, the water warming up, people dying, medicinal plants dying, and we can't die together. We need to work together towards COP30 so we can have a positive result. I would like to thank for the judiciary, the justice to be with us so we can work. I would like to tell you that we in Brazil, with some judges and the prosecutors, are working in a document so we can have at COP30 a document that will leave the judiciary branch looking towards the invisibility of women on climate justice. We are serving to know how many female documents have reached the courts. So we're going to have this result to tell you how indigenous women are made invisible on the impact on climate change. For us, this will be a reference, this will be a document that will come from the judiciary branch. I would like to congratulate the judges who are now bringing the women that are being hidden and every woman with the impact of climate change that happens on women, girls. So this is important for us so we can be engaging ourselves. I thank each and every one of you here so we can truly bring this responsibility and make things happen at COP30, especially for indigenous peoples, as we're going to be there with a number that has never happened before. I think that the biggest one that we had was in Dubai. More than 300 indigenous peoples were participating in spaces, taking their strategies. So thank you. And I'm going to be there representing indigenous peoples, taking their strategy to COP30. Truly, thank you so much for this strategy and methodology in Brazil, which is innovative for the participation of indigenous peoples within COP30. We were never so close to a COP30 president. And it's important as we are now retrofeeding, we take our demands and bring what is being prepared for the participation of all at COP30. Use this space to take your voices and demands, and may we see these documents with positive results. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Cinea do Vale, for sharing such valuable information. Now I invite Marcela Oliveira, the champion of climate for COP30. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I would like to salute the panel first, the ministers, the leaderships. My name is Marcelo Oliveira. I'm becoming really famous for breaking protocols. So let's now stand up. If we are talking about affected populations and climate crisis, we are talking about something important to remember that we are humans. So we'd like to ask you, have you already stretched today? Let's stretch together and remember that we are humans dealing with human subjects, with nature. So raise your hands. If it doesn't hurt, it's not going to be worth it. The ministers are stretching. Come on, to the side. To the same side, guys. Come on, to this side. To the other side. Now go to your shoulders. 1, 2, 3. Those who are online, come on. Janja said that you should also do that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now look to the one that is closest to you. Hug this person and thank them for being here today. Let's thank the TCU for receiving us, UNFPA for allowing us to have this space. I would like to finish up with some noise. So let's have a round of applause for everyone here. I think that now we can now have a more formal moment, but I think it's interesting to begin like this for us to remember what we are talking about. My name is Marcelo Oliveira. I'm talking about Realengo. Has anyone ever heard of it? It's really famous. Thiago, come on, you can talk about this. This is a place that on the main platforms they would talk only about the violence and a tragedy that happened long ago, more than 10 years ago. looking at this through time, and I said, why should it only be connected to that? After a while, I began to go through the city and to notice that we had few trees, but in the most richest corners of the city, the parks were there, the free areas were there, the rivers were not polluted, and that's where I understood what environmental racism was. It's not a concept, it's a life experience for me. And that is why me as a cultural producer, a person from a family that comes from the theology of social justice, liberation, that's why I looked and thought, well, I think I would need to be a climate activist too. It didn't make sense to me as to talk about the environment was too far away from my reality. Realengo is an urban city. It's a community in the peripheral area of Rio. How would I talk to about the environment? I mean, I was in a biome that was deforested and I couldn't even talk about nature like that. What happened in my life, and it's what I believe that is the just transition that I wanted to happen for negotiators and decision makers, is to notice that when you look to the side and you hug someone and you discover another story, this story has much to teach you. So what I have been learning on climate justice is also shared with the youth in the most affected territories, indigenous, quilombola, riparian, extractivist youth, and I discovered that my territory was extremely affected because the right to the green was not there. Then I recognized myself as someone who should be putting a gift out there, the gift to speak, as you can see, to fight for the climate. So I wanted a green park now in my territory, which is now a public policy. Those who do not know, we have a Parque Realengo, but this is the fight of us who live there. And throughout the world, many youth are organized, asking for their places to be respected and known for their nature, biodiversity. Apart from buildings, cars, and even tourist attractions, each flower, leaf, place that is in within our territory is important to us. And right now, as an activist that was selected by President Lula from a selective process conducted by the National Secretariat, Youth Secretariat, with the General Secretariat of the Presidency and many other activists in Brazil who are there available, where we have daily conversations on what we would like to be represented there. Something was clear for us, or dark, one may say, that to talk about climate justice needed to have the face of our emergency, the global south, our questions, and our reconnection. Throughout the world, there are many people talking about sustainability, and I don't even know if I believe in that word anymore, but to talk about climate justice makes sense, as it is talking about wanting a green park not only in Realengo, but in every slum. I would like to say that the voice that we heard from our youth, our young black women here, that voices like this are heard in all decision-making spaces, as they are not reflecting us, not in Brazil, as you may know, and not even in UNFCCC. This is not happening. But at the same time, we are being leaders in our territories, as we are at a moment that is a crisis of communication, creativity, where it's easier to think that the world is ending than how we are going to reinvent it. As this young president, that is a task that I never imagined I would be in. I believe that what we have as most valuable to contribute for COP30 is precisely to give this hope. Hope lives in the youth. If you look at youth, apart from closed doors, they're the ones who are doing communitary crops, promoting climate action, performing activism, samba rounds. You're going to see that climate change also lives on what we do in the streets, in our communities, and perhaps if more adult people heard us, perhaps things would be easier when we were making decisions. So we have a commitment in COP30 with the constituent of youth, indigenous peoples, the indigenous forum, that are an important space within UNFCCC, the commitment to understand that our priorities are also in dreaming. They are taking our future from us. To finish up, I would like to invite you to close your eyes for a few seconds, and with your eyes closed, think about the path you take from your home to your university, to your school, to your work. Think of what you like about this path. Don't talk about cars, streets, buses. Think about the path. What do you like that you look and say, oh, this is beautiful? From here, your commitment is to protect that which you think it's beautiful, so people can know that too, and to close your eyes and see this beauty as you're seeing it. What we want to defend with COP30 is precisely something that stays, which is the willpower to go further. The way that we see the world, the system, politics, negotiations need people that inspire. We need art, culture, creativity. And who are the best people to do that? The youth, especially those who are in vulnerable contexts. Those are the people that can talk about this hope, richness that is not in money, it's in music, it's in a hug. So let's once more salute this space and understand that the information and the data that were passed on here are really important for us to go to COP30 and for you to think what you're going to do today for the climate. Each one of you, where you are, those who are hearing us online, our state ministers, if everyone does something for the climate today, won't it be different tomorrow? How do we look at the youth in our territory, school, university, where we are inserted, and understand that this protagonism is one that is not a young protagonism, is for the future that we need. If it had worked, we would not be in the crisis that we are today. We need new ideas, new air, and we need for the COP to be a space that reflects this. As we had 30, I'm talking about future, dreams, ancestrality, but I fear the future of negotiations. We need a lot of energy. And I would like to invite especially the audience to raise one hand for our state ministers, especially Marina Silva, our First Lady, Janja Sineia, the Minister of Women, Daniele Franco. Raise your hands, guys. This is the energy. Our negotiators, these people need our support. These people need our strength. And what we're doing now is something really beautiful that we should do more times to those who are at the front lines, to say that we are together. We believe, and it's just any negotiation panel that will decide things. It's us. We will be there in the future, in the hope and in the attempt to continue dreaming, as I will not give up on my dreams. I have 26 years old. I came from Realengo to speak here in TCU that I never even thought I would enter, to talk about dreams, future, COP30. The joint effort is to think about how everyone will contribute, support themselves, help themselves. How do we think from creativity? How do we translate the words that are difficult to be translated, but it's important for us to be able to pass it on and remember that what we're doing is climate justice, reparation, fighting environmental racism. What we're doing is to bring more people to look at their territories and notice that if it has no trees, it's time to have trees. If the river is polluted, we need to depollute it. So if communities are not being protected, we need to protect them. If children are not understanding what a COP is, we need to explain to them. It's time. The time may be even over, but it's our responsibility now, as we need to know that throughout the world, the youth are being compromised, as they are committed, as they are now working with this, and you're going to meet them in the next month. August is the month of the youth. 12th of August is the International Day, and we are going to have a platform where they will be able to place their actions and everyone will be able to meet them. This is going to be a joint effort, and I have the pleasure to be the head of this and sharing this. And I hope that this platform will also help on our call to action, our negotiators, our ministers, every decision makers, to know that without the youth, this is not going to work. As to make a new world, we need those who are looking at the world and dealing it with its challenges, which are the youth who are within territories. So we can do this without us. I know you know this. I know those on the panel know this, but some places seem to not know this, and there are many pictures spread out there where it seems that the youth and women were never even included there. So the future that I want is the future where we can speak not only about dreams but real changes for politics, negotiation, conference, UNFCCC, the UN, and changes that consider our ancestral knowledges, our means of doing things, our creativity. I hope that my speech will also inspire you going forward to maybe talk about what was said today, to be there whenever necessary, whenever possible, in favor of climate change, to talk about COP, to talk about hashtag joint effort COP30. Live this moment with us as it will be historic. It's going to be in the Amazon, in Brazil, in Latin America, but especially because it's done by people, and things that are done by people usually work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcele, for your inspiring speech. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, we will hear Brazil's First Lady and Special Envoy for Women at COP30, Madam Janja Lula da Silva. I would like to start, obviously, first of all, wishing a good morning to everyone here and everyone around the world that's following us online as well. I'd like to start thanking Marcele, because hearing this inspiration, this strength, really does give us a real push for us, for whom it has not been easy. It hasn't been easy for us women, for the youth. It has not been easy. The world has not been easy. And often I confess that we lose a bit of hope when you see thousands of children die of hunger in Gaza, be murdered in Gaza, being used as weapons for war. Thousands of people having to leave their countries because of climate changes. We see this migration movement throughout the world. And when we see here in Brazil a woman being violently hit in the face by a man until her face is disfigured. So that truly does make us lose hope sometimes. It's not just climate change. It's a little bit of this perverse side of humanity. I've said this as if, well, we always talk about evolution of humanity, but sometimes it seems as if we live in a moment of barbarian moment, digital against women, against children, and this sometimes makes us lose hope. But I'm going to say I'm not going to lose hope. Marcelo, you're an inspiration for us women. This month, I am 59 years old, so I have over half a century life, but to be close to this youth of yours makes a huge difference for us. That is why that having this sharing of sensations, of emotions, is really important. And I want to talk a little bit of this emotion of us hosting COP30. I have a speech here, but I learned a lot with the man I married, which happens to be the President of the Republic, but that I say that the copy at the heart of the Amazon will probably have one of the most special copies we will ever have. Marceli spoke a little bit about this, our dear representative of indigenous people as well. But I think it's going to be special because perhaps we're going to look at beyond the white tent. And I've been to two COPs, and you know this, the Egypt's COP was that white tent full of air conditioner with water coming from Italy, which I thought was absurd. What about the carbon emissions in Dubai, that monstrosity of that space? But COP30 is going to be different because we know of the whole difficulty that we're going to have copy in Belém. But I want to tell you, those that came to Brazil for this event, that are listening to us throughout the world, that we're going to really have a beautiful COP, because I think it's going to be a copy of feeling and feelings. I'm going to say we're going to have meetings, we're going to discuss, we're going to dialogue, even if it's under a tree. We're going to do it because that's what matters, to exchange experiences, to exchange emotions, and to exchange this perspective, this outlook for the future. Marcelo said it really well. It's COP30, and we're still talking about the future. The future is now. If it's not now, there won't be a future. So we're going to do it, and I'm sure, and I want to invite everyone to come to Belém. We know of all the difficulties, but the federal government has been working really hard that everyone be very welcome and well hosted at Belém, and so that they really can have a meeting table that really listen to us, the youth, indigenous people, those that are marginalized. So I'm going to go back to my speech now, but a lot of what I'm going to say here, obviously almost everyone that's here that is a militant of this cause knows, but I think it's still important to say it. I'm very honored for having been invited by Ambassador Correia do Lag to be the special envoy for women. And when I received this invitation, I was talking to the girls that work with me. What are we going to do? What are we going to talk about? Are we going to talk about the experiences that Brazil has, the different communities? We're going to talk about the experiences in the world. And so when we studied a little, we noticed that it's not just youth that don't have voice. Women also don't have the voice. Especially for COP30. We know Minister Marina here, that is one of our greatest inspirations at these events, that has always participated. She knows very well what the difficulty that we have. Vanessa, that works constantly for this gender issues in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that is in these negotiating table, knows the difficulty that we women have being in these decision-making and power positions. So I'm going to use my voice for this, and how much our voice needs to be heard. Because without us, there is no future. We must be at the negotiating table. Without women, you cannot build a better future. We cannot go forth into the future. So I decided to use my voice, the space I was given, and where I am, to talk about this. And yes, we're going to bring important experiences of resilience for women. We're also going to speak wherever I manage to be, I will talk about this, and I count on all the special envoys of the copy, and especially Minister Marina. There's going to be with me in many events. We're going to participate in many events from here until Belém, and so we're going to talk about this a lot. But, so I'm also going to talk a little bit here about the general case, but I wanted to really greet the organization of this event, greet Florbello, the rest of the UNFPA people who organized this event, and thank you for the invitation. I've already spoken so much, haven't I? So it's a pleasure for me to be here with you, especially this historical moment that demands that reaffirm our engagement in the defense and promotion of gender equality. The fight for the recognition of women and girls' rights and gender equality in international governments was neither easy nor simple. As Simone de Beauvoir says, all you need is a political, economic, religious crisis in order for women's rights to be questioned. This reality is once more imposed on us. The world keeps facing multiple crises that deepen internal external inequalities of countries, putting at a checkmate the historical conquest for the most vulnerable. Women and girls, especially indigenous, Afro-descendants, and from the margin society, continue having the brunt of the effects of this. According to the second Global Forum, if we continue on the current rhythm, we're going to take yet another 123 years to reach gender parity. 123 years. We are still earning salaries that are on average 20% lower than that of men, and we dedicate 2 to 3 times more than men on domestic duties and chores, which impacts our income, our schooling, and so on. Furthermore, 1 on every 3 women in the world has already suffered some kind of physical or sexual violence. Women and girls continue having challenges to have their human right to health, where access to sexual health and maternal health and menstrual dignity become political weapons for discussion and not for the improvement of quality of life. We know the vast majority of population that is in extreme poverty are women, and that especially in countries in the global south, they face historical barriers of access to education, dignified employment, credit, and social protection. Even with the recent advances in equity, there is still vast brunt to this, that is poverty is taken by women. We expect in the next few years 150 million of girls and women to poverty and hunger. And this is what we can no longer accept. This is the kind of future we're talking about. In Brazil, women are central for the strategy to fight hunger and poverty through the government of President Lula. And this is the work that, since he's taken on his 3rd mandate, resulted in the announcement of the FAO that Brazil has once again left the map of hunger. And I have such an immense pride of speaking of this, because those who are listening to us who aren't from Brazil, it is important to know that President Lula, when he took his first mandate in 2003, had a country that was destroyed with its social promotion policies that were completely destroyed. When he took over in 2023. And we here, as ministers, we're on a daily work of rebuilding this policy. So it is with great joy and pride that we received this announcement from FAO that Brazil has once again left the map of hunger. So, because a country that produces animal protein and grains for the entire world cannot have people that are suffering hunger. And if there is a cause that is important for President Lula, is the fight against hunger. For those who know him, they know that this is one of his huge and biggest causes. And this fight to poverty and hunger is completely linked to the perspective of gender and its formulation and implementation. Programs as the Bolsa Família, Minha Casa Minha Família were conceived to prioritize women as beneficiaries, giving security and autonomy to them. Women are also central for food security in our country, with policies of food production fostering programs, such as the National School Meal Program, that I have a huge pride of being ambassador for it here in Brazil. Family farmers that are women, guaranteeing health and food security in schools, and thousands of women Brazilians feed their families every day. Yes, again, the example of the fisher women that, with the support of the program of artisanal fisheries, had their culture of artisanal fishing valued. The advances in facing inequalities in Brazil are truly significant. In 2024, the social inequality had a historical reduction, with the biggest increase of revenue of the poorest. The increase if employment and revenue made that 8.6 million Brazilians stopped needing the benefit of the social program Bolsa Família. And President Lula continues putting Brazil as a promoter of solidarity, strengthening multilateralism, and fostering initiatives and coordinated actions to face the challenges of our time. While some feed disputes and conflicts and create barriers and remove themselves from historical multilateral agreements, Brazil will continue feeding hope, respect, and especially dialogue. Many aspects in regards to climate and impact on the populations were examined and deepened in the discussions in this symposium, strengthening the understanding that it's impossible to advance in the construction of resilience and of a sustainable development without incorporating gender equality in environmental climate policies. There cannot be climate justice without gender equality, without the full participation of women. The research showed that the bigger presence of women in parliament shows that they're linked to more robust climate policies. However, globally, women occupy only 25% of the legislative chairs and 15% of ministerial positions for the environment. And we're very proud of having a woman in the Ministry of Environment, Minister Marina Silva. Despite leading environmental activism for decades, their representation in climate negotiation is limited. In the national delegations for COPs, the women's participation increased from 30 to 35% between 2012 and 2022. But the number of women leading these delegations dropped from 21 to 20% in the same period, showing the persistence of inequality for gender in climate governance. It is within this context that the role of women in climate negotiation international, including COP30 in Brazil, needs to be radically strengthened. The lack of female voice, especially of women from the global south, impacts in less inclusive decisions, less efficient decisions, and that are also less fair. It's not just a question of representation, but of transformation. Women are not just victims of the climate crisis. We are guardians of solutions, resistance leaders, and possible future protagonists. There are innumerable innovative technologies that are produced and managed by women for the communities for the construction of climate resilience. Many women came before us, opening doors and paths for us, and many young voices continue joining themselves to our fight. They are the future. That historical conquest, such as the Conference on the Development of Population in '94 in Cairo, and the fourth Women's Conference in Beijing, continue inspiring us and helping us bring integrated and courageous and transformative answers. We must remember that nothing was handed to us. All advances that us women and girls had are results of our own determination and work. Let's continue hand in hand with courage and inspiring and strengthening ourselves to together build a world where gender equality be the base for a more sustainable and fairer development. Thank you very much. Well, we thank Madam Janja Lula da Silva for her speech and her participation. I would like to invite now the Minister of Racial Equality, Madam Aniele, Minister Aniele Franco. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, it's almost lunchtime. We're going to speed up, I promise. So first of all, it's an honor to be here to greet everyone here. And we have the man there. Now, this is like a quota. That's how we usually feel. But Thank you for the stretching session as well. It was great. Minister Marcia, I'd like to talk about these two special women that are friends. Marina, because she said, my mother said, take care of my daughter. And Jean-Jacques, because every time we're together, my mother says, please take care of her. But a care with feelings. And I'm going to start my speech also always speaking and saying that it's an honor to walk side by side by these women, because like Jean-Jacques said, to be in these spaces is not easy, especially when we reach these spaces and we also have political will, which is what these two women have. I'm always proud for you to have open paths for this agenda that has moved the world and agendas, and we must be proud. There's anyone that does anything against this, against you, is inadmissible. So always being solidary to you and with you. And Jean-Jacques, because when she takes a position of non-submission and to put herself in this true political place, even being side by side to one of these greatest statespeople in the world, and when she's attacked, we must fight against this. I'm always next to her whenever she needs it as well. And I wanted to be beside the greetings to everyone. Thank you for your speech, great speech for youth, but also to say we must commemorate for a president that removed Brazil from the map of hunger for the first time and takes it out yet a second time. Because Brazil would only understand this once its leader would be someone that had already gone through hunger himself. I remember Marceli, I'm from Maranhão, from a favela originally. Very often we're in the pandemic in food kitchens, handing food. So Solidarity Kitchens has a very important role, and I'll take advantages to talk about civil society. It's important that we walk hand in hand. This is why we have you here, for example. Oh, I never imagined I would be at the TCU, at the accounting course. Me neither. But here we are talking about this together. Jean-Jacques, almost as if Jean-Jacques was reading my own speech. No, I'm joking. She spoke about solidarity, that I cannot start already having been a victim of violence as well in different ways without being solidary with that girl that had suffered over 60 punches in her face, without saying that it's inadmissible to still live in a country where people find that normal. That is not normal. We can't normalize any kind of violence against women. And what an honor to be on the right side of history, where we do not make jokes with women that are murdered, that suffer violence. So that being said, it's an honor to be here with you all, to say that we have thought a lot about the fact there's less than 100 days for the COP, and how important this moment is for our country. We're going to be reunited with several heads of state of the world, and to advance on this agenda that is so important. And to talk about climate justice isn't just a question of environment, it's about people. As Marceli said very well, it's about human rights, racial equality, and gender, because we know that the people that suffer the brunt of the impact of climate change. We have some data that was brought by the Ministry of Women, actually, that is 80% of the women that are made to migrate in the world because of climate change are women and girls, and they have 14 more chances of dying in climate disaster. We know what women and girls we're talking about are the most vulnerable and poorest. And an important data that was brought by the Institution of Climate Justice shows that more than 40% of families led by black women still lives in areas without proper sanitation. This is not a coincidence. This is a consequence of centuries of public policy that always push these most vulnerable populations towards these conditions. And it is also not a coincidence that this be the people that best take care of the environment. The Quilombolas indigenous lands are the lands where forests are still standing. and it keeps our whole human race alive. It's a public service that they do for us. This is why we've been working a lot to advance in this agenda for giving land rights to quilombolas, which is beyond that also strengthening sustainable development of these territories. We have invested over a billion reais in quilombos, and it's important to mention there was in this third Lula mandate. Third Lula, well, that would be fantastic. If we had three Lulas, we'd be really well, wouldn't we? But the third mandate of his, that we can still beat records, not just of demarcation of lands, of land titles. It is important to say that because since the third mandate, he says we must take care of the quilombos and the care that he has. And last week, we sent the first center in a quilombola land because the first federal institute, Quilombola, that takes the name of a very important black person. And we've been working also in international field for the recognition of inclusion and financing of these people, as well as we did with Minister Sona, Mr. Marina, participation in COP16 in Colombia, which is the COP of Biodiversity. And it's what we're going to do once again at COP30 in Brazil.
It's fundamental to advance on protection actions to protect girls and women, as we know that in these situations of vulnerability, we also increase sexual violence. The number of violence in shelters have shown this, and it's unacceptable. We need to interrupt this cycle of pain and violence. I'm really proud to be here next to the women that work daily. It's many of the challenges that we face, but it's moments like this that remember us that we're not alone with environmentalism, that there is no climate justice. And the sovereign Brazil that we defend is the one of climate justice, gender equality, and race. Thank you so much. Very well. Thank you so much, Minister Aniele Franco, for your valuable contribution. Now I give the microphone to Marcia Lopes, Minister of State of Women from Brazil. Good afternoon, everyone. The participants of this important symposium that inspires the world with so many countries who are also here. It is truly important, and I hope, when I was already talking to Juni, that these were days of a lot of construction, and that is what we need: a world without wars and a unified world with common agendas that are so important. I would like to salute Florbela Fernandes, the representative of the Populations Fund of the UN in Brazil, that kindly is receiving us here, the First Lady from Brazil, Janja Lula da Silva, our dear Minister of the Environment, our reference, and we are sharing her with the world. And she truly has been our reference when we say that women need to be where they want and not go according to the offense that the minister received at the Chamber of Deputies in America, announcing that next year we can't vote on men that disrespect women. We want women and men that really fight for gender equality. Our dear Minister of Racial Equality, Aniele Franco, the special envoy, that has shared with me that she was going to another event now in the Ministry of Health, Cinea do Vale, our young climate champion, Marcelo Oliveira, that inspires us. I was with the Forum of Hip Hop Women. We have launched a call to award them, and this is what we were talking about, that the youth is in peripheral areas. They are living there every day. So count on the Ministry of Women, many actions that we have been performing with the youth. Thank you so much. The representative of gender on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Vanessa, that also has helped us, guided us with this articulation. He shared, thank you so much. The ambassador of youth from CARICOM, Shanta Ramsey, the director of Fiocruz, our partner, Fabiani, the executive secretary of our ministry. Well, our team that is here, Brazilians and representatives of the world in such an important moment that Brazil is living in. The decision of President Lula to build this process that won't only happen in the event that is COP30. It has also provoked the world and Brazil particularly. Wherever we go, we see people saying that we are here performing the pre-COP. Everyone is already heated up to prepare COP. There is no climate justice without gender justice. And Aniele has already spoken about some data, and that is true. Women are those who suffer the most with climate change. You may have spoken about this, and they are protagonists of a new time with new hope. 80% of the workforce in family agriculture is made of women. So the food that come to our homes in Brazil truly come from family agriculture. So President Lula, ever since his first administration with Fome Zero, Zero Hunger program, has implemented important laws on food production, taking care with fields, forests, and we need to expose this data. We need to reveal the realities that are lived by each group, by each movement of women throughout Brazil. And they are precisely black, indigenous, peripheral women, trans women, homeless people. They are the 20 segments of peoples and traditional peoples that we have here in Brazil that are protagonists on one hand about the possibility of building affirmative actions, mobilization actions, innovative actions, and creative actions. When we talk about preserving the environment, about the peaceful living, which is what we want as a future, as protagonism, as well-being, as our livelihoods, and also they suffer the consequences due to all the violence that they suffer, sexism, this dispute of power. That is why the 18 SDGs should guide our actions, our policies, and the partnership between the federal government. Whenever President Lula comes back to the government, or President Dilma, as we had, our relationship with the world improves, with international organizations, with partnerships. We do not want disputes. We want partnerships, collaboration, and that is why we are really proud to see the president placing Brazil back to the map with democratic relations in a relationship of learning, mutual learning. He always said that we don't need to sell what we do. We don't need to perform any marketing. We need to go there and have each country learn what are the realities. How can we build another world together? And that's why within this document, I really liked the principle of equity, inclusion, and leaving no one behind. This is what this is about. We have 110 million women in Brazil. There is much to do. We have an enormous potential with women in each state in the 5,570 municipalities. When I travel, I like to talk to women. I was at the Regional Conference of Indigenous Women. For those who do not leave today, on Sunday, Brasilia will receive 5,000 indigenous women. We are going to have the March of Indigenous Women and the first National Conference of Indigenous Women. On the 29th and 30th of September, we're going to have the 5th National Conference of Policies for Women that was not performed for many years as conservative governments, transphobic, fascist governments do not want to hear the population or women, and now we have brought back these conferences. More than 3,000 municipal conferences, free conferences, state conferences that are starting now, which will have 3,500 women that will charm Brasilia from the 29th of September. And also, we will have our March of Black Women on the 25th of November that will bring another force, and this is a permanent agenda. Sometimes people would say how hard it is to go through airports in Brazil, as people always feel distrust, and immediately when we were with Minister Silvio Costa. So now let's have a big movement so that everyone can receive you, as Brasilia will have many women with many segments, all groups in Brazil, and that's how we show changes, transformation of our reality. So I would like to conclude by saying that the Ministry of Women is absolutely integrated. We have talked to the president of COP, Ambassador Fernando Lago. Sorry, André Correia do Lago, to say to the working group that we have that we are sharing all the agendas, and no meeting can be done, no conference can be done without talking about gender and climate. And we want the documents for COP that all the letters, decisions, the dynamic that will happen in Berlin. I have already talked to the female state secretariat in Pará to say that we need to have this as a reference, as a commitment. Let's build initiative, actions on this. When Marcelo was speaking, I remember that when I was 12, my science teacher said, if we don't take care of nature now, in 50 years, the world will explode. The planet will no longer be able to be lived anymore. So I always think about this, how my mind changed, the mind of my colleagues, and that's how we transform things. When we have a concrete action every day, when we incorporate this perspective, that is why in the ministry, I just would like to talk about 4 points, which are the actions that we are implementing: an integrated action plan with women and climate, a training course with Minister Marina, popular diplomacy, climate emergency, genders and territory, in partnership with UNB, and we want to reproduce this towards Brazil. Social participation fora coordinated by our ministry with women from water, field, quilombola women, riparian, water workers, every group and segment. a protocol of guidelines to protect women and girls in climate emergency situations, produced in partnership with UN Women. I have another list, but I will finish up here to say that the Ministry of Women, on the first day that President Lula invited me, has said, I want to see a Brazil with happier women, with women that are more protagonists. I don't want to hear about violence. Of course, it's unacceptable. No one likes violence, and this was said here. And I have been talking to mayors in each municipality. If each one of them says that here we will not longer have violence against women, this is a decisive step so we can change reality. And whenever I'm asked, Minister, what will you do to end with femicides? My will is to say, ask men, as that is the dialogue that we need to have. We are not fighting against men. The New Win Women, with the He for She program, many other organizations are being our partners in this process of dialogue, discovering what will help a young man, the research showing violence between the youth who are dating, what will make them reproduce this absolutely harmful, criminal dispute that doesn't match people. And also President Lula would say, it's so difficult. Why is it so difficult for us to change a reality, to change a way of thinking? This gives us strength for all of our organizations, civil society organizations. I just came from the Free Conference of Workers here, so we need to have dialogues, build collectively a new way of thinking, and study gender and climate, the consequences of climate change. This needs to be made into actions that, despite being simple, translate another future that we want. Thank you for the possibility to be here, and I would like to invite all of you to participate on our conferences. Brazil has this beauty of social movements. Women are absolutely participative. They are protagonists. They are solidary, resistant, and they want to build their territory, community, taking care of nature, beauty, and their bodies. Congratulations for the symposium. May this truly be implemented and taken to all authorities so we can change this environment, this world, as fast as possible. Thank you so much. Right now, we are going to hear the Minister of State for the Environment and Climate Change in Brazil, Marina Silva. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say how satisfied I am to be able to participate of a relevant debate such as this, of the Global Symposium on Climate Justice and Impacted Populations. And among the impacted populations, we have the most vulnerable segments. That is why it is important to have this global symposium where we are emphasizing some segments. We know that climate injustice affects many segments in our society. I would like to especially salute our First Lady, Special Envoy for Women in COP30, Janja da Silva. Thank you for your work and for everything that you have been doing to be within these spaces, strengthening us with your testimony, with your fight, not only now as you are the First Lady, but for this being part of your trajectory. I also would like to salute our dear Minister Aniele, Minister of Racial Equality. She is a potency, a young woman that makes me emotional when I think about her life trajectory and everything that she represents to us women, especially those who have been in this journey for so long. How happy we are to know that we can pass our baton on. I mean, not because we're gonna do that, because one generation learns with the other, and one generation needs to train another one. So you nowadays is already a trainer. I'd like to salute Vanessa and the ambassador and high representative for gender subjects for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for the work. It's important for us to understand in the state policies that they stay even when governments or administrations change. Madam Shanta Ramsen, I don't know if I said it correctly, but the Youth Ambassador for the Caribbean Community, CARICON, thank you so much. Florisbella Fernandes, representative of the Populations Fund of the UN in Brazil, thank you. Richauas Martins, the president of the National Commission of Populations and Development, Cinea do Vale, that is no longer here, who has spoken before, an indigenous woman who is also one of our special envoys for COP30, and dear Marceli, that we were really happy to meet on the ethical global balance in Europe. And it's interesting to say that a young person from the peripheral areas inspires us so much, but that acts. Sometimes we think that to inspire is to just talk about sentiments, but it also makes us to act. Well, I believe that many things have already been mentioned that have to do with the climate crisis. As was said, it does not equally affect people. All of us are affected by climate emergency, but it's not in the same way. People who suffer with drought are affected in peripheral areas in the northeast or other regions in Africa or Asia in a different way. People that suffer with floods, the extreme climate events, be it in Bangladesh or Rio Grande do Sul, are in a different way. When we talk about the most vulnerable, there aren't people who are vulnerable by themselves. We are made vulnerable due to climate justice, social, cultural justice situations. And we then have to talk about environmental justice. And when we talk about this, is that we can't handle those who are different the same way that we treat ourselves. When we think that they are the same, we end up making or committing injustice. If I need to have a program looking at the populations of our society in the most different continents, I need to consider that women suffer in a different way the climate emergency issue. Peripheral populations are the same. Indigenous populations, the youth, children. That's why we need to have public policies that are customized, tailored for each reality, So when I see that the objective of this symposium is for issues related towards women and the most vulnerable should be at the center of priorities of public policies to fight climate emergency. Women throughout the world, as was already said, when there is a situation in which they are in shelters, are more susceptible to violence. When they need to have access to food, they are the ones that many times can achieve food afterwards. That is the same thing that happens when we talk about access to water. So there are situations that are of extreme injustice. But I would also like to talk about climate injustice, since many of us catch this concept and we assimilate it in under our own perspective of our segment, region, position we occupy. And I have said in conversation with our ambassador, Correia do Lago, that perhaps we need to work with some kind of taxonomy of climate justice so we can find a common language. As for developed countries, the idea of climate justice seems to appear in one way, and for us, underdeveloped countries, it's another way. And we also see it is different. We have those who have a high average income and those who have a low income. And this is different, kind of a taxonomy of ideas, climate justice, so we can create a common language. And the first step is to not handle them as if they were the same. And President Lula, thinking about this, has thought about COP30 in a way that is extremely disruptive, innovative.
One of them, beyond of the champions such as Marcelli and our other champion, Don, that are doing an incredible work. He also thought in having the special envoys as well. It's over 30 special envoys. They're going to talk about the indigenous issues, gender issues, this entrepreneurial sector. There's over 30 special envoys, and our First Lady has been undertaking a fundamental role in all of this. The other part, the mobilization circles of COP30. What are they? We have these circles of finance ministers. Marina, why finance ministers? Because we know that one of the bottlenecks to implement the policies to face climate emergencies and the other issues is lack of resources. So the finance ministers to help so that we can actually manage to get $1.3 trillion per year in the next 10 years to face climate change. Did you know that, well, as long as we don't get 1.3 trillion for this, the world still invests then 3 trillion in investments for fossil fuels? And while we can't get even 100 billion, the world invests in activities that changes the climate, destroys biodiversity, in between $5 to $6 trillion per year. It's an extremely uneven fight. That's why the president thought, let's create the circle with the ministers of finance to help the flow of money. The circle of ex-COP presidents to help us in the negotiation equal the ethical balance with the presidents of COP. I organized it with the cabinet of President Lula, and we have already had the ethical balance in Africa and Asia. We're going to do it in Oceania, in South America, and Caribbean. What is that? Before, we had the general balance of the agreement of Paris, and it was really important for the decisions that were made. He understood that more than a technical balance, we also need an ethical balance to bring the perspective of women, of indigenous, of young people, of scientists, of activists, and even of children. We're thinking on a methodology so that together with UNICEF, we can also have the children's perspective with the adequate methodology, with the necessary care, because children obviously cannot be exposed inadequately. So the global ethical balance is so that we can help, so that us leaders, the negotiators, can consider all of this here, but that they consider more than people, that life, just our human lives, no, all human life, but also other forms of existence. So COP30 will be the huge joint effort of 196 countries, so that we can do something that we have been pushing forward for 30 years. In 92, the convention was born here in Brazil, with the climate biodiversity, desertification, and the letter for Earth. We're discussing a lot of things, but it's time for us to truly be hands-on and to implement what we decided. We decided a lot of things. And we've already said that we cannot have an increase of over 1.5 degrees. We've already decided we need 1.3 trillion to help the most vulnerable to do their transitions. And we have decided that we have to consider what science says to make our decisions based on data and evidence, not just of modern science, but of traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge. We have already decided that we have to triple the renewables and do the transition for the end of use of fossil fuels, petrol, charcoal, etc. And in this sense, I want to dialogue with all the partners there at this global symposium that President Lula has taken on the engagement of zero deforestation up to 2030. This is why we are stimulating that all countries bring ambitious NDCs committed to not go beyond the 1.5 degree temperature increase. We've already decided to implement this, and this is why we have defended COP30, that we are working to have the map for the path, a mandated group to create the roadmap for the end of use of fossil fuel, roadmap for these complete stoppage of deforestation, and the roadmap for 1.3 trillion, because it's not enough to decide. We must implement. And to implement, it's not magic. We must plan for it. The best thing to do, we can do, is to plan to change. It's better to decide to change and plan in a fair way than for us to be forced to change by circumstance. And we are already being changed. When there is a drought, we're being changed. When there's a flood, we're being changed. Over 500,000 people die because of heat waves. Who dies? Children, the elderly, especially. And did you know that this is sub-dimensioned because the majority of people arrive with respiratory crisis, with other issues that are not associated to the heat wave. And that is why the wars are such huge issues, because we see the murder and legitimate indignation. But there is another war that is taking lives, 500,000 per year, just due to heat waves. When we add that to that floods and all the other issues, it's far too many people that are losing their lives. This is why we're not even calling it an emergency anyway. We're not saying it's urgent anymore. We're calling it a climate emergency. And we're calling for a joint effort of implementation. And thank you very much for the symposium. And may you all bring contributions that are already being given so that COP30 can be the copy of the implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Marina Silva, for sharing such pertinent information for this dialogue. At this moment, I will invite Ambassador Vanessa Dosich Farias, Special Advisor of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and High Representative for Gender Issues for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a huge honor for me to be sat at this round table. I would like to greet Florbela Fernandes, representative of the UNFPA Brazil, to greet our state ministers, our champion for youth, our special envoys for COPI, for Janja, our president of the commission, all of you that followed us in the last 3 days of the seminary, and for those that are following us online. The subject that got you together here these last days, which is health, climate, and gender. I'd like to start saying that it brought in my ministry, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a reflection on our part, which I think is important to share, because it illustrates things about the negotiation processes. Minister Marina Silva helped me a little bit because she already mentioned a bit of that, and I want to quickly talk about that, just not to tire you too much, but I'm a diplomat, so I'm going to share the perspective that is the one from our side. I think we have 3 big SDGs that were debated here. SDG 3, 5, for gender equality, and 13 for climate action. And these SDGs tend to be negotiated and discussed often in different spaces that are not interconnected. So when I saw the title of the symposium, I immediately thought that even within Itamaraty itself, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was going to have to call 3 to 4 different sectors to discuss. And this is what I did, to build a position, including in my speech here, and reach a consensus with teams that very often negotiate without speaking to each other. So I'd like to congratulate this initiative because it shows how important it is that we speak of these subjects in a systemic and holistic manner. It is not impossible, no longer possible, to speak about health nowadays without talking about facing climate change. We cannot speak of health without thinking on the impact that climate crisis is bringing and puts on health systems and service, food safety, water quality, air quality, just as we cannot speak about gender inequalities without talking about climate action and crisis. We all know that women suffer the impacts of climate change more, that we are underrepresented in this power and negotiation spaces, and we also know, and this is very dear to Brazil, that we do not suffer in the same way. It was said by those who just spoke before me. The inequalities are unequal in and of themselves. And all of this to greet the initiative and say that we're going to read the document at the Itamaraty very closely, and this intersectorial debate is very dear for our foreign policy. So very quickly speaking about copy, and also about the process that happened in Bonn, the gender issue enters in climate discussions in the beginning of 2000s. We start talking about the low participation of women within the system. That then evolves to in Lima in 2014, where we have the approval of a work plan for the first time. This work plan has general ideas that are put into an action plan. There's a more concrete instrument that really brings the general ideas to a more real sense. Last year at Baku, we managed to renew the work program, but we didn't approve an action plan. So we have a challenge that is at Belém to approve an action plan for gender. What happened at Bonn in June? At Bonn, we tried to advance positions that are very important to Brazil. Firstly, up to that point, we didn't have a document, and we managed to leave Bonn with the initial minute, but for the first time we managed to put the necessity of inclusion of women and girls that are Afro-descendants into the document. That was really important. I'm talking about over at least 60 million people, 28% of Brazilian population. And we know when we speak of inequalities, there's a subject we're talking about a lot, that we do not suffer climate change impacts the same way. We know that in Brazil and in the world, who are the populations suffer most? I had the role of talking to leaders of negotiation teams to show the specificity of the racial subject in Brazil, because not everyone went through the slavery process. When you talk to Europeans, that enters a whole other point of view. For example, immigration, xenophobia. African groups also have a different point of view because their population left from there. But in the case of Brazil, the position that we have to think and reflect, we're talking about the most vulnerable population together with other groups. So Quilombolas population, the whole LGBTQI plus contingents, those from the outskirts. And so this is all in our draft at Bonn. We also had an event, several events, 16 to 20 events in a Brazilian presidency a couple. But there's a really important event. There was an event geared towards the disaggregation of data disaggregation, because the advancement in data disaggregation is the strategic negotiation tool so that everything that was said just before me here, that we can truly transform it into reality. It is only with data disaggregation that we'll be able to know who suffers these impacts most. What is this? Skin color, where are they? What's their economic circumstances? So if I had to sum up, answering also the question that was sent to me, which was what are the priorities? I would say that today, 30 days after Beijing, 31 years after Cairo, and a bit more after Rio de Janeiro, we're focused on the data disaggregation, not just in a climate regime, but also in other multilateral spaces to try and highlight the vulnerability layers. What are the vulnerabilities? How are they constituted? And like this, to think the best way to face them. Of course, in a negotiating space, this is very difficult. When Jojo saw me, she was like, "How are you?" I said, "Well, I'm tired. I woke up at 4 a.m. to work." It is not an easy moment to be a diplomat. It's not a simple moment to be a diplomat. But we believe there is no other path other than negotiation and to look for consensual solutions. For the climate regime, we have to be reach an agreement to almost 200 countries. So it's a huge challenge, but you can be certain that Brazil will advance in the path that I'm talking here, which is the engagement with our country and our government and the Brazilian people. Thank you very much. Very well. At this moment, I invite here Dr. Richard Martins, President of the National Commission of Development, Population and Development. Rectifying now, due to agenda and previous engagements, Ministers Aniele Franco, Marina Silva will stay. Minister Aniele Franco will have to leave due to other engagements. Applause, please. Minister Aniele Franco. Very well, now, yes, we hand over to Dr. Richard Martins. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Very quickly, inspired in Donivani Lara, I'm going to start very slowly to thank everybody's presence here, to greet Minister Marina, Minister Aniele, Minister Marcia, First Lady Janja, Ambassador Vanessa, our dear special envoy of indigenous people, Sineya, and also our champion of youth climate change, Marceli. This is a very special moment for each and every one of us because it ends a process that started about 3 months ago when we were at the benchmark of UN's People and Development, and we got together with the executive committee of the Global Fund of the UN, and we presented that in Brazil we were undertaking a preparatory action in Brazil that would consider the dynamics on populational subjects and its relation and connection to climate. Uh, at that moment, she said, "Why don't we do this together? And can we do in Brazil? Can we have a global symposium in Brazil?" And we took on this engagement in a rather unfavorable context where some countries are questioning the sovereignty, broaden arms race. And so we started this joint discussion and collaboration. Here we are creating and ending this space. And it's important to end this activity on the 31st of July because this month marks, for colleagues that are not from Brazil, the July of Black women, especially 25th of July, the International Day of Afro-descendant girls and women. To end activity on this day is one of our engagements with the promotion of racial equality and connecting to the urgency of racial environmental agenda in this construction.
Especially when I came here and thought on what to say to contribute with the closure of such an important panel that has added so much, I would like to bring two elements that are focal. First one is that when the co-presidency of Brazil talks about mutirão, which is joint effort, perhaps it's a little bit difficult to translate this for the 28 countries that are here, apart from the other 100 that are virtually. For those who are from favelas, mutirão is the possibility for when everyone joins together to build something collective. So we usually talk about bater uma laje, is that we join everyone in our neighborhood so that we can build a house to someone. So what we're doing here is a mutirão to affirm three key messages that I could not share with you. The first one is that climate change affect in disproportionate ways women, girls, and a set of the most vulnerable populations. When we talk about climate change, we amplify gender-based violence. This is the message I would like to reaffirm to all of you, celebrating everyone who is building this process. The second focal message is that any perspective to build an adaptation policy should consider the intersectional perspective. If we're not all the same, we're all different, we need actions that consider such differences based on gender, race, gender identity, all of these structures that compose our diversities, and unfortunately they are not considered as diversity but as processes of vulnerabilization. And the third message that this symposium brought is that we can't consider a perspective to face climate change that does not directly consider inadequate financing with social participation. If I had to summarize these 4 days that we begin every day at 8:30 and finished almost at 7 p.m., I would say that these are the three key messages. I finalize by saying that this is a significant month for women in Brazil. We learn with the female movements in Brazil. We had a march of black women. We are going to enter one for indigenous peoples, and there is one that the movement tells us is a song, a simple song that says, "My dear companion, help me, I can go by myself. I walk well by myself, but with you I can walk better." I would like to leave this message to you as the bet that we made of joining different voices mostly from the global south. The delegations that are here are, well, this is something that can say that we can even go well by ourselves, but we go much further and more sustainable if we are together. May we make this message clear at COP30. I thank everyone on the 30 years of the National Commission of People's Development from Brazil, this collective construction from each one of you, how we should build a better world for everyone. Thank you so much. Very well. We are thankful for the valuable words from Dr. Richard Martins. Thank you so much for your important contributions and for this collective construction. We thank every and each one of you who were here during these 4 days, be it in person or connected online throughout the world. Our deeply thankful regards for all of you. Let's exchange good practices. Let's keep on spreading hope. Hope that climate justice is a reality built from gender justice, the guarantee of rights, and by hearing youth and the historically silenced people. May we, in this context of climate crisis, understand they are the most affected. So we leave here for a new call to action going towards COP30 for a fairer, resilient, and a future that is more centered on people and territories. For this moment of celebration, we invite, can you please deliver the bags to the members of this panel? And we will now take a picture with everyone here, an official picture with the entire audience and the panel. Please stand up. And please, photographers, position yourselves. Please go to the front. Please go to the center of the auditorium. All of you, please. All participants. So no one will be left behind.
Muito bem.
Very well. Remember, everyone, please take your voucher for lunch that is being served here. We are officially closing this event. May you have an excellent afternoon.